blessed by the light of the crystal. Amid azure seas, encompassing the westernmost of the three great continents, there lies a realm embraced by gods and forged by heroes. Her name, Eorzea. The annals of Eorzean history chart the rise of a succession of great civilizations, each one enjoying an age of peace, the Astral Eras. To date, all have proven ephemeral. In the year 1572 of the sixth and most recent astral era, the Northern Empire of Garlemald amassed a great army at the heart of Eorzea, seeking dominion over all. Rising in desperate resistance, the forces of the Eorzean Alliance met their would-be conquerors in the field. Yet, even as the battle raged, the lesser moon, Dalamud, was plucked from the heavens through imperial machination. From its core emerged the elder primal Bahamut, who unleashed his fury upon the realm. The devastation brought Eorzea to its knees and the era to its end. 5 years have come and gone. The light of life still shines upon Eorzea. Man labors tirelessly to raise himself from the calamity's ruin. The realm is forever changed, a stranger to him once more. Yet heedless of what lies ahead, he shall press on. Spurred by the promise of peace and prosperity. Amid this period of great change, an adventurer arrives in Eorzea, one whose tale is yet unwritten. May he ever walk in the light of the crystal.
Felt like opening with cinematics today. Right, let us get started again on this this journey of ours. Let us begin anew. I think I might need to bump my microphone up, you know. That should be... yeah, it should be about fine. That's good. I'm gonna bump that back down a smidge. There we go. I finally got my car. Let's drive along all chilling one. Yeah, let us get started. There you are. Commander Levier instructed me to wait for you. Your assistance is most welcome, believe me. Most of the Third hail from Uldar. As a man accustomed to the feel of sand beneath his boots, the crunch of snow can be rather disconcerting. But to the matter at hand. Nearly a moment ago, I received word that the heretics we seek have been spotted, making for Danifan Pass. My braves are already in pursuit, and I should be grateful if you would join them. I myself shall be taking part in the hunt. Never let it be said that I do not earn my coin. Yes, little one, never let it be said. Where are we? Ah, there you are. Might want to take out this chinchilla first. Those balls, my ankle is on fire. Got my boot on a rock or something, twisted it as I fell. The others went on ahead to Danifan Pass. Hurry, you might catch up. If you aren't sure where to go, look for tracks. The snow is fresh, so they shouldn't be hard to find. We seem to come back here like quite a lot. Oh. I was gonna say those look like they lead nowhere. Scion, what are you doing here? The heretics? I'm not sure. There's a great scaled beast and... You Hase? I think he went east on his own. The heretics split up, so we did too. Damn it, you Hase. Blooming murder robos, that's what they are. You're new to the game, any advice? Just try out classes. See what clicks best with you. And you'll probably want to stick with your main story quests and not do too many side quests. Because there are a lot of side quests and you might burn out. Also, I would like to apologise for my terrible voice acting. How embarrassing! I was so intent on following the heretics' tracks that I almost failed to notice they had doubled back. Almost, mind you. One tried to sneak up behind me and got a knife in the gut for his troubles. I felt myself alone, so I started to search the dead man's knapsack for anything of interest. Lo and behold, before his friends found me, I came upon this. Withdraw in groups of 3 or less to the observatorium. Give the signal and wait. The merchant will be watching. Be late and be left for dead. Speaks for itself, does it not? They can't possibly mean to rendezvous inside the place, so we should restrict our search to the surrounding areas. Let me rephrase that. You should restrict your search to the wilderness around the observatorium. I will need more than a moment's rest to recover from these wounds. You're not even wounded. Just tripped up and like... Oh. You look mighty suspicious. It says in your name tag. I'm through with listening to your excuses. We leave now. How? The woods are crawling with those bluecoats. And the knights are searching every wagon that passes through the gates. Well, stay with him then, if you think you'll fare any better. No, there's no need for that. There are places like these in my homeland. Sacred snow-capped peaks, where blood must not be shed. Yet your lands ever thirst for the blood of the fallen, and by your deeds, it has drunk deep. No, I've done no wrong. None but meet in secret with heretics. Deny it all you wish. We have the truth. We shall have the truth from you yet. Inquisitors are not the only ones skilled with the art of interrogation. Damn it all. Fancy meeting you here. I presume your work with the Third brought you hither? What a tangled web. Lest you wonder, we came not for the heretics, but for the merchant who has been conspiring with them. He came to our attention during the course of our investigation into the Ivy. Beggars belief, I know, but it seems our favourite Gallian spy may have been providing assistance to Iceheart. Were it not for the efforts of Lady Iceheart and her shinobi, we might never have discovered this connection. Master Alfino is too kind. I fear my people have done little to aid your search for this spy. We long to strike back against the Empire and weaken their influence in this land, to prevent the tragedy which befell Doma from reoccurring. The days ahead and the work they promise will require a particular set of skills. Skills which I am fortunate enough to possess. If you will allow it, I would accompany you in your investigation until I would accompany you until your investigation is complete. There we go. That's the words it said. That's a most generous offer, Lady Ugiri, and one which I will gladly accept. Thank you. Though I may disappear for a time, know that I shall never be far, and shall always be watching. A comforting thought. Come, Samtidi. Let us wait inside for Captain Ilbert to return and deliver his report. Oh, the sad times of only jumping initially. Captain Ilbert seems confident that the merchant's resolve would swiftly crumble when pressed. If so, we should have new information ere long. As to whether it will bring us any closer to learning the Ivy's identity, I would rather not say. Given our adversary's cunning, I shall consider us fortunate if we are spared another wild dodo chase. Gods know we have more than enough to occupy our time as it is. Ooh. New chess piece. Yeah. Can't say I'm a fan. There he is. Ilbert. Captain Ilbert? 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 Ilbert. Captain Ilbert, your report, if you will. Aye, Commander. Firstly, with regard to the heretic we captured, I regret to say that the man could tell us not of what we did not already know of Shiva. We have since handed him over to Ishgardian authorities. Henceforth, the Holy See will pursue the matter independently. Our inquiries concerning the Ivy, however, have proven more fruitful. We have ascertained the channel by which the heretics acquired their information on the shipment routes. Go on. You recall the flame we first encountered as being in the Ivy's employ. From him, we were able to trace the trail of conspirators, each taking us closer to his master. Alas, the trail came to an abrupt end. Fearing that the investigation had been compromised, we took the necessary step of detaining all suspected conspiracy. Suspected of conspiracy. I can read, I swear I can read. There were 5 on our list, including a flame stationed at Revenant's Toll. The man's primary duty was to keep an inventory of donations from abroad, the particulars of which he would share with benefactors, thereby ensuring that needs did not go unfulfilled. By virtue of his role, he was privy to the details of all shipments bound for the settlement. Needless to say, that included those originating from House Forton. He knew the precise route the caravan would take, and he sold that information to a merchant. I think I can guess which one. None other. With little encouragement, he soon confessed knowingly, aiding and abetting the heretics. Well, that is one mystery solved at least. But what of the Ivy? Are we any closer to prizing off his mark? Sorry, I don't know if you can hear it back near some work going on outside. So I'm just going to close my window. The house up the road has a lot of work going on. Say that again. I dare say we are, Commander. Our relentless pursuits have forced him to commit a grave error. In a desperate bid to cover his tracks, the Ivy resorted to exercising certain administrative powers only available to high-ranking members of the Immortal Flames. If you consider that our investigation is known to barely a handful of them, the field of suspects is greatly narrowed. You mean to say this agent is working among Raban's innermost circle? Someone who had been with him since the Immortal Flames' establishment? 'Tis the most plausible explanation. The infiltration likely occurred during the company's founding, and the groundwork for the act being laid beforehand. To slip into a position of authority unremarked and remain above suspicion all these years. I too was surprised. I really should not have been. Of the three grand companies, Uldar's was ever the more vulnerable to infiltration. Both Limsa and Gradania had long-standing armed forces that lent themselves well to the formation of the Maelstrom and the Order of the Twin Adder. To all intents and purposes, it was the same people, the loyal ones, mind, under the same leadership. Only the banner was different. Not so with the Flames. Uldar's military was made up of disparate orders, most of which were glorified mercenary companies that answered only to their own paymasters. Hardly an ideal environment in which to establish something as high-minded as a grand company. The difficulties Raban faced were more, when founding the Immortal Flames, are well known. Even after he had convinced his fellow syndicate members to share the cost, there remained the small matter of finding enough bodies to fill the ranks. Indeed, given the pressing nature of the Imperial threat, that meant recruiting every passing sellsword. And with the chaos of its founding, it would have been a child's play to infiltrate the company. A good deal easier then than now, aye. The Immortal Flames had been caught between conflicting interests, the public and the private. Though the monetarists ultimately agreed to support the organization's founding, it was not out of charity they did so, but simply self-preservation. Had Neil van Darnas's ambition been less apocalyptic, you may be sure that they would never have risked supplying Raban with an army. It is but a wonder they did not attempt to extinguish the flames the moment the danger had passed. Ahem, returning to the present. Yeah, like I know how he talks, so I'd like tried to mimic that a bit. It talks rather posh. Yeah, Ilbert over here talks rather common. Even as we speak, our Doman allies are shadowing several high-ranking flames, only one of whom could be the Ivy. Desiring to deal a blow against the Empire, the refugees were eager to lend us their aid. I expect to hear from them ere long. Well, West Country then. Wait, can't wait to hear from them ere long. Oh god. Very good. Pray continue your investigation with the first. Meanwhile, have the second attend to the unrest. The third can join the fourth in inspecting crystal shipments. If they notice anything unusual, I want to know about it. If Shiva is summoned in like manner to the other primals, the heretics will be looking for further supplies. Understood, Commander. I shall send word to Sir Aymeric, informing him of our success in identifying the heretics' abettors. Hopefully the information will be of some use to the Ishgardians. It is time, Commander. Yes, I am aware. An emergency council of the Alliance leadership has been called. There have been developments in Garlemald, it would seem. As Commander of the Crystal Braves, my presence has been requested. I would have you accompany me, Sam, today. As the realm's stoutest champion, 'tis only meet that you be present for the discussion. Oh, and the antecedent has already given her consent, lest you worry. I don't know why I have to clear it with someone else whether I'm going to go somewhere. Oh, they got into an argument, like, ages ago. And she, like, stormed off somewhere with some bodyguards. I believe she is presently... Is it middle? It is not middle. Is it eastern? It is eastern. I believe she's currently around this town. Oh no, I'm not pugilist. I am Dragoon. It branches off from Lancer. Yeah, even on my main, I've not actually leveled pugilist. The class I've not really touched are like pugilist, rogue, dark knight, marauder, archer, and machinist. Like a little poke, all the other ones are. Like me, you are doubtless eager to conclude our business with Iceheart. But until another path to her sanctum is found, she will remain beyond our reach. Minfilia and the Archons are sparing no effort to secure an alternate route. Until such time as they succeed, I suggest we give some thought to the realm's other problems. I shall go on ahead to Gridania in readiness for the coming council. Meet me at Novica's altar, and we shall make our way to Lotus Stand together. Sure thing, Alphino. Sure thing. To Gridania. Yeah, Alphino was trying to see the better in all the people, and Alicid was getting rather annoyed with people like squandering what their grandfather left behind. Yeah, I think I'm like 33 quests away from Heaven's Ward. Why am I running off over there? I could just teleport to it. Nope, there we go. All the way to Conjurer's Guild. That's where we need to go. That's where Novica's altar is. Nah. I'm pretty sure they both just wanted to follow in the grandfather's footsteps of, like, saving the world. But, one of them is... Well, I mean, they're both working to try and better the world. But one's trying to sort out the political side, and one wants more action. But obviously, like, the political side's like really slow and everything, which is why Aram Reborn gets like a really bad rep, because it moves really slowly. Except for some parts. Some parts it moves really quickly. Why, thanks for coming. When you are ready, speak with the conjurer yonder. She will show us the Lotus Stand. Oh yeah, that's something as well. You mentioned that you were new to it. If you hold X, because I'm assuming you'd be on PC, not with controller. If you hold X, it will hide like other players, sort of. So like if I click there, it'll target them. But if I hold X, I can't click on them anymore. Which helps when you get like a bunch of people gathering around NPCs that you need. Because it just lets you click straight on them. You're an elf. Okay. The Alliance leaders await you at the Lotus Stand. Will you be joining them now? Yes. Yes, I will. Please be voiced. Please be a voiced cutscene.
Change has come to the Garlean
Yes.
Empire, and we must discuss the implications.
The rumors are true, then? The War of Succession is ended?
It is. A new emperor reigns in Garlemald.
Who?
The Grand Company I'm with is Twin Adders.
The birth and all too rapid expansion of the Garlean Empire is commonly attributed to the strategic brilliance of Solus Zosgalvis, yet he did not rule alone. Several members of the royal household also distinguished themselves during his reign.
It upsets me a bit that she pronounced it Solus. Solus Galvus. I'd pronounce that Solus, like personally. Yeah, I'm with the Grand Company that's in Gridania. Because I like the tree place.
Nevertheless, it was the eldest son who stood to inherit the throne, until his most untimely passing.
I thought us fortunate when I learned that the Emperor had died without naming a successor.
Bit
Would that
rude.
the Garlean Empire had died with him.
Blooming Solus.
'Twas the grandson and his uncle who had the strongest claims, was it not?
Oh, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it.
Indeed, yet claims count for little without the power to assert them. High Legatus Varus Ye Galvus is a respected military leader. Not so his uncle.
So young Varus has torn the crown from his uncle's grasp and taken his place at the head of the Empire.
I believe you should have access to some follow remotes. I remember I jumbled some around, so I don't know how many there actually are, but you should have access to some emotes. The follow remotes are like specifically for this channel. Yeah, it definitely got armor, and I'm pretty sure that hat would not stay on. I'll need to check up on that. I'm pretty sure I did have some like follower specific emotes.
Given the troubled nature of his succession, the new emperor will require time to seal his grip on power. Yet have no doubt but that he shall, for there are none left with strength enough to oppose him.
Tell you what, I'll give that a quick check now, because I might have fiddled things around a bit too much. I shall just be a second. Emotes. But to be fair, there's no one even at that one, so I can swap that one. There's someone at that one, so I can leave that one. And we can pop that to there as well, because no one will have that one. Yeah, there was like a beta thing rolled out. I don't even know how long ago. But there should be RIP, that's a full remote. And then there's Smug and Happy, which I've just shuffled back on now. That one, and that one. Those three should be full remotes. That's my dog just there, like, welcoming me to chat.
Since the success of Operation Archon, the remnants of the 14th Legion and the forces occupying Alamigo have done naught but fortify their positions. But you can be sure they'll be ready to march on us again, if their Emperor gives the word.
When, not if. They say this Varus was so set upon Eorzean annexation that he spoke out against the Meteor Project.
Plainly, the new Emperor's intentions are of great concern to us all. I propose that we set aside the Cartano dispute for the present, and discuss what measures the Alliance might
Hey,
take
there you go.
to prepare for a resumption of hostilities with Garlemald.
Right, I'm pretty sure the full remotes only work like on the channel that they are full remotes for. And like sub emotes you can use anywhere.
Moreover, I move that we re-examine the question of how our former allies in Ishgard might be persuaded to retake their place at our side. Could Eorzea but stand as one, 'twould deal a grave blow to our enemies' ambitions.
I do have a Discord channel.
Well, I suppose we should be grateful that they have finally acknowledged the inevitability of Imperial attack. Who knows? They may even do something about it.
If I tab out, out. Oh god, that was my voice. If you check just below the stream, because I'm assuming you're watching on PC. There should be a thing in the about me. Yeah, sorry about that. There should be a thing in the about me that's like, it's got my Twitter on there, my YouTube, which my YouTube's like literally just for VODs, and Discord server. Discord one should take you straight to, well, my Discord. Ah, I'm not sure how to do that one then. Ooh, actually. Copy link address. Paste. There we go, that should be it. You'll find out all the when I go live stuff there as well. So I usually post like oh, we're doing this today, wah wah wah. I put like my schedule in one channel as well.
If only the leaders of Ishgard would follow their example and stop hiding behind their gates, praying for the coming storm to pass them by. But that is a discussion for another time. At present, I am more concerned by the fact that the Alliance's mooted preparations will be made known to the Garleans many moons before their coming. So long as the Ivy eludes our grasp, no secret is safe.
Ah, fair, yeah. I'm not sure how the mobile side of things works. Oh, that is a whisper. It will not have escaped your notice that the nations of Eorzea are no nearer to being one purpose. Despite their protestations to the contrary, plainly, the threat of resurgent Garlemald is not enough to stir them. And the reason for this? Deep-rooted mistrust among the citizenry. The nation's leaders can come to all the understandings they like, but their unity means little and less to the common folk. Like, how long have I been streaming? I started, like, full-time streaming last year? I think? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's, like, around about exactly last year. I remember I definitely did, like, all of October. I was doing, like, horror streams. Yeah, I think it was. Take the Mincens, for instance. Though Admiral Melvib outlawed piracy over a decade ago, foreigners still picture the nation as a haven for grog-swilling, wooden-legged cutthroats. In likewise, the Gridanians are mocked as hermits who talk to trees, and the Uldan scorned as swindlers who worship coin. Not that such sentiments are entirely without ground, of course. Take that pillar of Uldan society, Teleji Adeleji, for example. But that is besides the point. The fact is that people are wary of outsiders, whether they have cause to be or not. On that basis, one could argue that the conflict at Cartano is a necessary evil. Each nation has its own warmongering faction that advocates for the acquisition of Omega. In order to placate them, we present them something resembling warfare, and thereby curb their appetite for full-scale conflict. Yeah, right, Spark. I just realised. I never actually asked. How are you both doing? I apologise for my rudeness in not asking sooner. But enough idle musing. Let us speak of a more pressing matter, the Ivy. Since we spoke at the observatorium, Captain Ilbert has further shortened his list of suspects, and by happy coincidence, the one he deems most likely candidate is lately come to Gridania. The hunt nears its end. All that remains is to corner our quarry, seek out Ilbert at the Adder's Nest. He will give you the particulars. Yeah, I do get quite scared with horror games. One such being when I was playing Soma, like that was like more recent. Going through a cave, like, well, it was like deep underwater, so everything's like pretty much pitch black except for these lights, and it sort of builds this whole thing of light equals safe. So you're just there running through this cave, just like minding your own business. You see this light off in the distance outside the cave, so you're like, oh, that's a safe area. So you're just there running over to it, just like, ah, it's nice to be safe by this light. Yeah, no, it's that was a big anglerfish. That was not safe. I did not have a good time with that one. You know, I find it really difficult to actually get drunk. So I would probably not do that. Just for the simple fact that it would be a very expensive process to actually get that sorted. Right, back to the game. Should there be any developments in Kurthus, you may be sure that I will send word without delay. In the meantime, I wish you success in apprehending the Ivy. Where is Ilberd? Oh yes, it was at the thingy. I believe I have some clips on the YouTube. The YouTube channel that I've got, which would perfectly encapsulate my experience with horror games. My thanks for coming, Scion. Doubtless the commander has informed you, but we have unmasked the Ivy. From this point on, we must proceed with extreme caution. Ooh, extreme caution. I remember that outfit on my main. I hated it because of that tail. I at least have it pointing down. Listen well. The spy we have been seeking all this time is none other than Flame Marshal Eileen Royal, Raban's second in command. Prior to joining the Immortal Flames, she was a mercenary of no small renown. They say her skill with the polearm had yet to be had to be seen to be believed. Of Ishgardian birth, she is the highest ranked foreign in the Immortal Flames, barring the Flame General himself, of course. When he informed the Grand Company, Raban chose people. When he formed, not informed. When he formed the Grand Company, Raban chose people people based on their worth, whence they hailed was of no interest. The monetarists saw things differently, however. Having funded the enterprise, they reserved the right to reject candidates nominated for high-ranking positions. It was no secret they did not favour foreigners. They did not favour foreigners. Ishgardians especially. After the way the Holy See forsook the Alliance. Yet the monetarists did not raise so much as a murmur in protest when Royal was appointed to a post. Passing strange, is it not? Could it be that the Ivy has some hold over the monetarists? But these revelations are secondary to our current mission. Of foremost interest to us is Royal's presence here now. As you may be aware, it is the duty of the Flame Marshal to command the Immortal Flames, in the absence of the Flame General. While Raban attended the Council of the Alliance leaders, she should have remained in the Hall of Flames. The woman has no business being in Gridania, yet here she is nonetheless, on some pretense. She's up to something, mark my words. I mean, you might not have noticed her, Ilbert, but she was there at the meeting. Oh wait, you weren't at the meeting. I was, and I'm guessing I didn't notice her. Well, I did notice her, but other me didn't. Even as we speak, I have a dozen men trolling the Flames records for evidence of Rael's guilt. But if we catch her red-handed, we shall have all the proof we need. Which brings me to the plan. I have people watching the city gates, the airship landing and the docks, every point of egress. She cannot leave without our knowledge. All that remains is to shadow her until she betrays her true purpose. Can I rely on your eyes, Scion? I mean, you clearly can't rely on our eyes, considering we didn't even notice her at the meeting. Fair enough. It might have just needed like a refresh or something on the phone. You have my thanks. Let us go then, and take care not to alert our quarry. Speaking of alerting quarry, I don't know why I said that. That's a really bad segue. I really need to go to the toilet, so oh, mobile doesn't have it. Just flat out doesn't have it. That's a bit rude. Curse you, Twitch. Yeah, I really need to go to the toilet, so I shall be back shortly. I'm just going to run a quick 2-minute ad break. So yeah, we're back in 2 minutes, hopefully. Sorry about that. Right. Whereabouts is Ilbert? Stood up by the Aetheryte, alright. Rael is headed in the direction of the Blue Badger Gate, with me, Scion. The issue with like having played through this all before is like I know when there's like twists and turns coming. So, Rael has entered the Carline canopy. Meeting someone perchance? Could it be she means to board an airship? Pray look for her within. If she's not on the upper floor, try the landing area below. One of mine is stationed there, and she may have seen something. Ephemer is her name, but remain here in case Rael reappears. Meow. I don't think I need to say my name. My name's fine. Such an unexpected pleasure. What brings you here? Yeah, no worries. Enjoy lurking? Hope you enjoy playing Final Fantasy XIV. Ahem. A social visit, you say? How pleasant. No, she didn't come this way. I noted every passenger, none bore her any resemblance. Well, don't let me keep you. Oh, there we go. Clicked on my minion instead. Nowhere to be seen, you say? And you're sure she did not board an airship? She did not come back out either. Where in the seven hells could she have gone? The Roost! How could I forget? Greetings, good sir. Might I interest you in some Muntai tonic? A cup a day imbues a man with great vigour, if you take my meaning. Perhaps another time, friend. Wait, that necklace. You're a shinobi of Doma. The woman you seek has left Gridania by the way of the West Shore Pier. She was attired as a merchant, but these eyes are not so easily deceived. You may wish to take your search to the East Shroud. Rest assured we shall continue to support you from the shadows. Thank the 12 for the Domans. Were it not for their unique talents, Rael would have disappeared without a trace. Probably because it's like really easy to tell that she's being followed. Our hunt leads us to the East Shroud, Scion. I suggest we follow Rael's example. Take the ferry from West Shore Pier. You'll doubtless wish to make certain preparations. See to them while I go on ahead. Shall wait you at Sweet Moon Pier. I don't need no preparation. I'm ready already. Wait a second, Sweet Bloom Pier? Aha! So it is the one that I'm thinking of, but it's the other side of the one that I'm thinking of. Lancers Guild. Oh, they're in a dungeon. I was gonna message them and be like, yes, slightly more beans and slightly more beans. Because they keep whispering me beans. Like beans, and I'm like beans. I just realised now that I hadn't actually messaged them back. should probably repair all my blue mage stuff. There we go, all sorted. Everything present and accounted for. This way, my friends. Your quarry makes for the Hawthorne hut. If Rael truly is truly the one we seek, we can expect that she means to make contact with her Gallian masters there. The explanation is in order. You are no doubt aware that the Gallians have their own method of communicating over great distances. With our ingenious friends at Gal and Ironworks have provided us with devices which disrupt these communications. We've installed them around the city-states, in doing so making it difficult for Imperial agents to correspond with their masters. Rael would thus have no choice but to rendezvous with her Imperial contact directly. Yet, as a well-known face of the Immortal Flame, she cannot move about Thanalan without being recognised. It'll only be a matter of time before someone saw through her disguise. It is for this reason, I believe, she has chosen the Black Shroud for her clandestine meetings. The others are a common sight here. They come into goings and not like to turn any heads. As my scouts tell it, the Gallians have sent agents into them with a mind to destroy the devices and render such direct contact unnecessary. Fortunately, our shinobi have thus far been successful in rebuffing their efforts. This is it. We need only make for Hawthorne Hut to catch Rael in the act. Yow. Of my carbuncle. My people record that our quarry has departed for the Bramble Patch. The Ivy returns to the Gnarls whence she came. Perhaps it is all for the better. To convict someone of her standing will require damning evidence against her. What could be better than to catch her in the act when she meets with her Gallian masters? My countrymen and I shall lie in the shadows. Tread wearily, my friends. From carbuncle to car. Lady Ugidi. Just beyond, Rael is in conversation with an individual clad in the manner of an adventurer. An Imperial intermediary, no doubt. This is it, with me. Flame Marshal Aline Royale, you're under arrest for treason and espionage. You're followed, you bloody fool. Damnation. You are unarmed, my lady, and scarcely garbed for battle. But if you wish to fight, you are welcome to try. What's the meaning of this, Captain? You'd arrest me for strolling in the Twelves Wood? When I last looked, it was no crime, and neither was conversing with a passing stranger. You would feign ignorance, then? Very well. If you do think of something to say, there will be plenty of time to say later. Now come quietly, or I shall make you wish you had. I'll offer you no struggle. After all, I have naught to hide. Even a warrior of Roel's renown could not have hoped to escape by force. Despite her claims, her surrender does not bespeak innocence, but an awareness that her position is untenable. With the ivy thus uprooted, it is to be hoped that the tendrils she entwined around the immortal flames will gradually wither and die. Mayhap then the people of Uldar will have a grand company they deserve. Let us speak of the present. If I may ask, what will you do now? So, the Scions seek a way into Iceheart's sanctum. Then I dare say you are eager to return to the Rising Stones. Pray do not let me keep you. Fear not, my countrymen and I shall tend to the aftermath. We need not waste your talents here. And speaking of talents, have you considered training in the arts of the shinobi? You have the aptitude for it, I believe. So please give it some thought till next time, my friend. That would require effort. Rogue and Ninja, their effort. Well, Rogue I don't know so much. Ninja definitely. I like a 3-button combo max. Not like you have to press this buttons in this exact order to keep up a buff that lasts like 3 minutes. Just so you can do this other string of attacks which gives you another buff. Nah, that ain't the life for me. Hey Spock, how's the beer brewing going? Welcome back. I understand that Elfino had a task for you. May I ask what it was? Charges of treason and espionage against Eileen Royal? I can scarce believe it. Could there not have been some manner of misunderstanding? No, it avails us not to dwell on it. But if the truth might be, we must trust the authorities to uncover it. Let us speak of another matter. I'm pleased to report that we made progress in our efforts to find a way into Iceheart's sanctum. Oh yeah. As you may recall, Iceheart used the aetheroid in the depths of the Snowcloak to teleport a short distance to the west, likely to its sanctum of some description. It is there we suspect she means to summon Shiva using the crystals she stole from House Forton caravan. The heretics believe that they are bringing about the second coming of their patron saint. But if, as we suspect, they mean to hold a summoning ritual of the kind employed by the beast tribes, it seems likely that the result will be something more akin to a primal. Suffice to say, they must be stopped. And stop them we shall. But first, we must surmount an obstacle that Iceheart has placed in our path. Ordinarily, it would be a simple matter to tap into the established Ethernet, and thereby follow our quarry. However, despite our best efforts, we've been unable to ascertain the position of the Aetherite to which she teleported. Our prevailing theory is that she destroyed the second Aetherite upon arrival, a reckless, desperate measure, but also an effective one. After discussing the matter at length with Urianger, we have concluded that we lack the expertise to develop a solution, which is why we called upon the aid of one who does possess such an expertise. A colleague of ours who is currently en route to Revenant's Toll from Sharlayan. She should be arriving within the hour, in fact. Since you are here, mayhap we could welcome her together. I'm certain she would appreciate the gesture. Let's make our way to the northern gates and await her coming. Is this going to be our friend Kryle? No, it shouldn't be Kryle. I do remember who that is. And it is not Kryle. Someone substantially taller than Kryle. And where is the point that we actually were? Oh! That one direction I didn't look. You alright, Ruth? How you doing? Yeah! Buen Brita.
Minfilia, am I right?
That's good. I'm alright. I was a little bit tired too, and I don't know why.
None other. I bid you welcome to Revenant's Toll, and thank you for traveling so far on such short notice.
As if I could ever say no to Urianger.
Moonbreeder is an accomplished Sharlayan scholar and an authority on Aetherite technologies. She has played an invaluable role in our search for a means to capture Ascian souls.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Zoffy? Settle for Zoffy? Is that like toffee or coffee? Or is it a cross between the two? Now, if you want some fizzy drink, I do have cola. Although I do remember you mentioned, like, you're not allowed to have caffeine, or you're not supposed to have caffeine. Fair enough, fair enough. Best to ask at least. Yeah, I guess so. Let us return to the Rising Stones at once, then. We have much to discuss. Yeah. Hey Ruth, I didn't show you, did I? I got a car now. And it can fly. Got a cool yet weird flying car. Black with red stripes.
Moon! Gods, it's been ages!
Oh, longer, sister.
A joyous reunion indeed.
Well, of course it is. Moon and I are like twin sisters.
Save in appearance and aptitude.
Everyone, if I could have your attention. We have with us an esteemed guest who has come from Sharlayan to assist us. I bid Moonbreeder join us here that she might share with us her extensive knowledge of Aetherites.
Don't know. We'll see. Because I believe Kaif and Daz. I don't know if anyone else is are streaming like. I don't remember what it was called. I think like Forewarned or something. I kind of wanted to see what that was. Yeah, I still need to collect all dogs as well.
Also, as many of you are already aware, she has been overseeing our research into white auracite, a sample of which she has been good enough to bring with her.
Well, I had to come, didn't I? You'd have to be bloody daft to turn your nose up at a chance like this. Where better to conduct my final tests than a land so steeped in ether you can taste it?
'Tis plain the passage of the years hath done little to dampen thy youthful spirits, and nothing at all to reform thy youthful manner.
Oriange, where in the hells have you been hiding?
I feel that.
Unhand me.
Yep, I definitely feel that.
I come all this way, and that's what you have to say to me. I much preferred when you were pleading with me to drop everything and hurry to your side. What was it you said? None save thee can satisfy this need.
Go on. Thine artless attempts to misrepresent mine all too innocent motives do thee little credit. Mine intent, as well thou knowest, was but to impress upon thee the gravity of the circumstance. Lest thou doubt, a deiform entity shall shortly be summoned, save if thou and no other grantest my compeers thine aid.
You still haven't found it, then? Your missing Aetherite?
We have not. No. We know that Iceheart teleported to an Aetherite not far from the first. Yet even after careful analysis, we could not locate the second beacon. We now suspect that the heretics destroyed the second Aetherite to impede our pursuit. Our allies continue to scour Snowcloak for Iceheart's sanctuary, but we have no guarantee that they will find it. Yet it must be found, for even now Iceheart prepares to call upon Saint Shiva.
I'm sorry, but if the Aetherite's been destroyed, then that's that. Although, you're absolutely sure she used the first Aetherite, are you? She didn't just use teleportation magics?
One of our own bore witness to her escape. I can say with absolute certainty that Iceheart used the Aetherite.
In that case, there might be a way, so long as the ethereal current is still flowing.
Truly? How?
We use the current to recreate the beacon. As you know, Aetherites are a bit like lighthouses. We use them to reconstitute our physical forms when crossing the ethereal sea. Without them, we'd lose all sense of direction and our essence would dissipate. However, we don't rely solely on these beacons. There are currents of ether which flow between them, currents which help guide us to our destination. Now, these currents will gradually dwindle away to nothing if an Aetherite is destroyed. But if even a sluggish flow remains, we could theoretically use it to direct a surge of concentrated ether towards the void left by the beacon, and thereby fill it up again.
Like opening the floodgates to fill a dry riverbed. Though, correct me if I'm wrong, but would we not need a veritable reservoir of ether?
In concert, we might manage to channel a sufficient volume, yet that is not my chief concern. To direct the flow of so great a volume of ether with the requisite precision would be a nigh impossible task in itself.
I barely succeeded in facilitating travel to an unattuned beacon. That which you describe sounds considerably more difficult.
And dangerous. Every person who has attempted to teleport in this fashion has died in the process. They, however, did not have white aura sight at their disposal. I can use it to channel all the ether you can give me into the Aetherite. However, white aura sight cannot retain ether for an extended period of time, so we would need to infuse it immediately beforehand. Just so you know, I'd confidently give this plan better than even odds of success. And if the worst comes to worst, your people won't suffer.
Though it risked the lives of our best and brightest, we have not the time to seek other options.
Yeah, they might die, but you know, at least they'll die quick.
If the ethereal current still flows, we shall carry out Moonbreeder's plan.
That's the spirit. Let's roll the dice.
I suppose all that might happen is you might just get stuck in the essentially the live stream. I've already informed Elfino that I plan to recreate the beacon in the manner that Moonbreeder described. He agreed that despite the inherent danger, it represents the only hope of success. He also said that he wished to meet you at Snowcloak before proceeding. I expect you will find him waiting for you when you arrive. I want you to know that I appreciate everything you have done on our behalf, and I have faith that you will return to us, as you always have. Back to Curthers. Back to Curthers! Not gonna lie, bacon broth sounds a bit rank. Just because it's broth. Oh, wrong direction. Sorry, I never expected to read the word combination of hot Hot ham water. I reckon that'd be salty as crap though. Oh god. I'll probably have to check the clip after stream just in case there's like... Well, I'm just going to say this VOD's going to be going on YouTube, and YouTube likes to be like, oh, that's a clip from this. I don't want to get in trouble over it. Like, quite a lot of my Final Fantasy XIV VODs have been flagged for, strangely enough, just one song. I don't remember which song it is. Good to see you, Sam, today. I was starting to worry you were having second thoughts. Captain Ilbert sends his regards, by the way. He attends to the interrogation of Eileen Royal in Uldar, even as we speak. But I shall not distract you from the matter at hand. We can discuss the Ivy upon your return. I trust that. By which I mean to say, there's a waiting for us at the Aetheryte. After you, Sile. There you go, all nice and shiny. There, it's ready. I don't remember what her voice was like. It's not even been that long. Ha! It worked! I think. Try tuning to the Aetheryte now. Feel for the current and try to locate the beacon. We've done all we can. For now, let us withdraw. When your final preparations are complete, you must seek out the beacon we have created. If, by the grace of the 12, you arrive safely, you must stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva. About to say before she summons Shiva? That would be a concerning thing. We cannot ignore the possibility that our actions have alerted Iceheart to our plans. Should that be the case, she may attempt to hasten the completion of the summoning ritual, and if she succeeds, we'll have little choice but to face Shiva in battle. Knowing little of this saint, I cannot say if your own strength will suffice. And so I would encourage you to call upon your allies. Some may have reservations about wagering their lives on the success of Moonbreeder's experiment, but others will surely agree that desperate times call for desperate measures. Ah, before you assemble your party, pray speak with that knight. I believe he has a message for you from Sir Aymeric. Sir Aymeric regrets that he could not be here in person, and asks that I read you this letter. Ishgardian forces, Ishgard faces, not Ishgardian forces. Sorry. It's my first time reading this note. Let me start again. Ishgard faces an unprecedented threat. Yet in our hour of need, it is not her knights who stand poised to defend her. Samteri Tragis, the warrior of light, saviour of Eorzea, your deeds this day shall not be forgotten. Where others would flee, you choose to remain. Where others would falter, you would rise to the challenge. Where others would use their gifts for selfish ends, you would wield yours in service to a greater cause. May Helone bless you with good fortune and see you safely home. My voice will never be used again. I shall fade into obscurity. Yeah. 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 Let's just try. We'll try and ignore that. Why are you still here, Yu Yu Hatsue? Why are you still here? Why? Oh yeah, do you remember that really big cloud boss that I fought? This is it, just shrunk down. Oh, we were in that we were in that raid where you said it looked a bit like that that Nier one, or reminded you of the Nier one. Yeah, that's the one. That's the last boss from that raid. What does Mimbrida have to say? Meow. Oh yeah, I unlocked. The less said about that, the better. I unlocked Blue Mage, so I can go to an area and self-destruct now, should I choose to. That match is a bit better. Oh, never mind, it's desynced. It did match a bit better, briefly. Oh, okay, that guy wasn't stroking the Baritine croc. He was just doing his lookout animation. Waiting for tanks and healers is awful, but queuing as tanks or healers is also awful. It's unfortunate that the one with the tail has eyes. The one with wings doesn't have eyes. Oh wait, they both have tails. One has eyes, one has wings. wish I had someone else with us because we could try. Like I could show you like all the different seat positions because they've all got like different poses based on what seat you're in. Like this one's the you're a casual driver, one hand at the wheel, one hand just like resting on the side. I'm pretty sure this one has them like leaning on the side and looking out of the car. I don't remember what what these two are. I think this one might be like arms behind the head, sort of like just chilling. Oh, that could also have just been that side, the passenger side. Yeah, I don't remember. The Sound animation seems to breathe quite frequently as opposed to the sitting down one, which is like it's like to every two of the standing is like one. Oh. Let's get rid of that marker. Legit, the worst part about streaming MMOs is when you need to do dungeons. Oh, that's something I should have probably mentioned earlier. Although I suppose they're lurking at the moment, so that could help. If you came through from World of Warcraft and you're used to people using like logs for data, whilst you can use them, you shouldn't mention that you use them. Or at the very least, you shouldn't mention them in like any party chat. Just because if someone sees that as some form of harassment, you can get banned for it. So basically, it's fine to use them, just don't mention anything about them. Like, the devs have said that if you want to use them, cool, go ahead. But don't, yeah.
You should never have come here, warrior of light. I labor only to forge a lasting peace. A peace you would deny us out of ignorance and blind faith. No matter. If it is our fate to be at odds, then it is mine to strike you down. We whom gods and men have forsaken shall be the instruments of our own deliverance. Partake of my flesh. Fill this vessel with your light. Walk amongst your brothers and sisters once more. Oh,
Like, it's fine to use them so you can improve yourself, but obviously it's something that you've downloaded for yourself, so it's not for use for other people. It can also constitute as harassment. To be fair, it's part of the reason that I ended up not wanting to do dungeons at all, because I came through from like World of Warcraft. Oh, there we go. That should be the safest area. Yeah, I came through from World of Warcraft and people got really up in arms about it on there. And it made me like flat out not want to do dungeons at all. Because hey, I'm not actually that good at games. I enjoy playing them, doesn't mean I'm good. Who's gonna get stamped on? Such a good moment. That's gonna hurt. Oh, I guess I won't say GG and thank you, since everyone is gone.
Fool. Blind, bloody fool. You, of all people, should understand the suffering war begets. That no sacrifice is too great if it brings an end to the violence. Mine is the righteous cause. You fight in a war you do not understand. A pawn of liars and schemers. And they are no less ignorant than you, following the creed of their fathers without question, never thinking to ask why. trapped in a delusion of their own creation and blind to the truth. Warrior of Light, redemption is not beyond us. We who walk before may lead those who walk after. Seek the Keeper of the Lake. See with eyes unclouded. Do not squander Mother's gift. Hear, feel, think.
That's right. Another blessed with the echo.
And so the vessel withdraws, a predictable outcome. Nevertheless, La Habrea will be pleased. How unfortunate.
Keep accidentally clicking on that minion. By the 12, you're alive! I mean, of course you're alive. Why wouldn't you be? Iceheart did what? And you're certain about that, are you? Dravanians are skilled with glamours, after all. Look, if you say that's what you saw, I believe you. It's just that I've never heard of a primal being summoned like that before. You sure you're not injured? Head traumas have been known to cause hallucinations, you see. No? Fair enough. I'm only asking. If you ask me, there's naught to be gained from mulling over the implications of your story in the freezing cold. Let's save it for the Rising Stones, eh? I'll get everyone to meet us there. But before that, you'd best pay a visit to Whitebrim Front and speak with Alphino. He's probably worried sick about you. That, or he's busy playing politics with the Ishgardians. Either way, I'm sure he'll be delighted to see you hale and healthy. Speaking of which, you don't have a headache or anything, do you? No? Blood visions? Oh, no, no reason. See you again soon. Definitely not checking for head trauma there. No, 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 no. Look at the size of that boy. Wait a second. Haha! I knew it. Oh wait, that's completely different. Never mind. Never mind, I was excited for a second and I shattered my own dreams by misreading something. So I read Sebek and I'm like, aha! That's that Egyptian crocodile god. No, that's Sobek. But close. Very close. They're upside. Upside? Upstairs. There will come a time when I shall speak properly. Hey look, it's Amric. There he is. And none the worse for wear. Is there ever any doubt that the Warrior of Light would succeed? I think I speak for all of us when I say that I should like nothing more than to hear the stirring tale of your victory, if you would be so kind. Then we were too late to prevent the summoning. But not too late to prevent further loss of life, an outcome worthy of celebration. And one which we have Sam today to thank. Yes, you are right, of course, Sir Emmerich. We should be content with what we have accomplished. I, for one, would not have wished for a better outcome. Shiva is no longer a threat, and the heretics have been routed. Aye, there is a matter of Iceheart's escape. She cannot run forever. Whether it takes days, weeks, moons, or even years, my knights will find her. In the meantime, Lord Rilmon, is the caravan ready? The supplies that your men recovered. I don't know why he's turned into a pirate, but he is now. Have been prepared for transport, in accordance with your wishes. Rest assured that my knights will see them safely to Revenant's Toll. Of that I have no doubt. I take it these are the self-same supplies the heretics stole from House Forton Caravan? Less the crystals which comprise the bulk of the shipment, yes. Scarcely a fraction of what was promised, but a meaningful contribution to your cause all the same. Oh, on an unrelated note, Samtidi, might I trouble you to accompany me to Camp Dragonhead? I don't know where that tea came from. At your earliest convenience. It is not for my benefit. A certain lord was most distressed when he learned of your intent to risk life and limb to stop Iceheart. Took half a dozen knights to restrain him, I'm told. Men give vent to their anxieties in myriad of ways. Pray do not think less of him. Yeah, we should probably go let our good friend Horshiphant let him know that we're okay. Okay, you know that dude that you helped out? Yeah, the one that saved your friend's life. Yeah, he's about to go fight this guard, so it's like, oh my god, nah. I gotta help. No, it's fine. It's all good. What were you thinking? Wagering your very being on the dubious theory which might allow you to enter Iceheart's lair? Knowing full well that she could have sufficient forewarning to complete her ritual to summon Shiva anyway? And then engaging the abomination in mortal combat? By the fury, Saturday. There's a stuff of ballads. A battle for the ages. Would that I had been there to fight by your side. Yet, here I was forced to wait, condemned to wonder the fate of a dear friend for a veritable eternity. I would not wish such torture on my most hated enemy. But here you are now, and that's what truly matters. Let's move on. Sir Aymeric wished to have words with you and Master Elfino in private. He awaits us in the intercessory. There are some words in this game which I absolutely hate, and that is one of them. Could you not just call it a meeting room or something similar? Why does it have to be an intercessory?
On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, allow me to express my deepest thanks.
Allow me to express my deepest thanks in the intercessory.
Never before have we been required to contend with a primal. Indeed, there were fears in some quarters that our knights might not be equal to the task. From what we have now learned of these beings, I can say with certainty that we would have lost a great many men had the Scions not intervened.
Yeah, they use a lot of archaic and antiquated terms.
Then the argument for preemptive action should be self-evident. Perchance now you will reconsider my proposal that Ishgard move against Nautalon.
Not
Ere
long.
we first met, a similar proposal was tabled, but the Holy See decreed that we were to observe, and that military action should be taken only in self-defense. All things considered, it was not an unreasonable decision. Since the calamity, 2 vigils have fallen to the Horde, while Garuda has never shown any inclination to storm the gates of judgment. Which is why this unprecedented crisis and its resolution may prompt a change in policy. You who have faced these primals know well the threat they pose. Ishgard did not. Not until now. And there is naught like a brush with death to change a man's outlook.
I love that they only really have our word to go on here. Although I
At
suppose...
the very least, this should silence any lingering objections to our arrangement with Revenant's Toll.
I suppose like any affiliation with what they brand heretics would
The Holy See
constitute a
may
threat.
will move to grant us its formal endorsement.
So far as it is possible, the Scions shall be compensated for their service.
We should be grateful for any aid you can provide.
As a gesture of good faith, I shall withdraw my previous request. Your people are doubtless needed elsewhere.
That will not be necessary. We too have a vested interest in watching Dravania's movements.
I see. Once more, I must thank you.
Sir Emmerich, if I may, do you truly believe that Midgard Zoma could return?
The heavens are a window unto truth, but those who interpret their movements are not infallible. I requested your involvement as a precautionary measure.
But of course, you sought an excuse to compensate us from the first, mindful of what would happen if Revenant's Toll were taken by your enemies. Ishgard is not wont to aid its neighbors, but that does not preclude it from manipulating them to serve its own interests.
Choose your next words carefully.
Do you know what sort of man becomes Lord Commander of the Temple Knights? One who comes from good stock. I did not. Yet here I am now. Why do you suppose that is?
Good question.
Because I swiftly learned to tell the difference between words, deeds, and beliefs. You are correct, Master Leveilleur. Ishgard desires to see Revenant's Toll flourish, as it would present a troublesome obstacle to our enemies from the south.
We are so glad to be of use to you.
As we are to you. Ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement, lest we forget, one born of necessity. The dragons grow more restless by the day, and the heretics harry us nigh without cease. We have contended with such troubles for centuries, but there are limits to even our endurance. Yet as a pauper is loath to part with his meager possessions, the leaders of Ishgard are not wont to render up their trust to outsiders. But with perseverance on our part, they may yet be made to see the light. Nevertheless, one must take care when walking the road less traveled.
Wise words, Sir Emmerich. I shall make a point to remember them. I must apologize for my earlier outburst. I hope it will not sour our good relations.
Yeah, we'll give it a quick check.
What?
Well, that didn't help. Oh god.
Not at all.
It's not very good
You
for
but
small
spoke
words.
from the heart. I trust you understand that at times my duties may prevent me from meeting with you. On such occasions, my second in command will speak for me.
Lucia, at your service. Pray excuse our reticence. We are but wary of speaking too freely, lest our sentiments be made known to our enemies. Know that the Lord Commander and I are of one mind. For the sake of Ishgard, and of Eorzea at large, I pray our peoples can put aside their differences. Those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future.
Should aught befall one of our shipments, pray inform Lucia immediately. You may also relay to her any words you might have for me alone. Not being of Ishgardian birth, she owes no allegiance to any noble house, making her as near to incorruptible as one can find in my homeland. Suffice it to say, I trust her completely, and so may you. Which reminds me, Lord Orchefort, if you would be so kind?
Certainly.
In times such as these, trust is ever in short supply. Mayhap this will go some way to rectify the problem. The results of our investigation into the heretics' recent attacks, as well as our interrogation of the merchant you detained.
Sir Emmerich, I cannot thank you enough.
Think nothing of it. Ishgard may be many things, but it is no friend to Garlemald.
Did I not tell you to have faith, my friend?
Ah, they're all good, aren't they? Well, maybe not all, but you know what I mean. Right, we are just past 5, so I'm going to take another short break, and I shall dash to the toilet. So I shall be back shortly. Hello again. I'm going to get rid of some of those notifications, but not all of them. Okay, there we go. It would seem we have much to discuss with our friends of the Rising Stones. If what you say is true, Iceheart's method of summoning Shiva defies all precedent. It necessitates a complete reappraisal of the primal threat and of our approach to combating it. Moreover, there are grave ramifications if word of this incident reaches Imperial ears. The Gallian Empire believes the primals are an insufferable menace, and their mere existence is a threat to this very star. As such, they deem any action taken against the beast tribes is to be justified by default. Imagine then if it became known that not only the beast tribes of Eorzea could summon primals, but her civilized peoples as well. Any lingering objection to the Eorzean campaign would vanish overnight. Where before we had to contend with a single Imperial Legion, we could well find ourselves facing the combined might of Garlemald. But I speak unadvisedly. Come, it is better we continue this conversation in Mordona. Onwards to Mordona! Pray return to the Rising Stones. Yar! I just realised that's a term we've not heard in quite a while. Pray return to the Waking Stance. If you are to survive, you must needs look to the light.
Words cannot well express how glad I am to see you return to us hale and whole. Needless to say, I am most eager to hear your account of that which occurred in Kurthis, assuming you're ready to speak of it. Excellent. I shall summon the others at once. Iceheart used her own body as a vessel for a primal soul?
Master Louisoix's writings make no mention of such a possibility. Can we be certain this entity was a primal?
As certain as we can be that good King Mogulmog XII was a primal, I should think. Both were ostensibly summoned.
Let's not quibble over definitions. Of more concern is the implication that Iceheart retained her will, even after she was possessed. We are talking about a mortal, wielding the power of a primal.
It can't possibly be that easy, can it? There must be some sort of sacrifice required. Or maybe she's just special?
What qualities this woman possesseth, I know not. But full sure am I that she was groomed for this role. Few are privy to the secrets of summoning, and but a single party standeth to profit from their dissemination.
Well, I wouldn't presume to comment on how the lass came to know about summoning, but I will say that what she summoned was a primal. The readings were the same, or near as damn it. Strange as it all sounds, it's really no different from what you've faced before.
Then mayhap it is time that we re-examined our previous encounters.
Pack your things, Ida. We're going back to Gridania.
Yes, sir.
About Iceheart's final words to you. Here, Hydaelyn speaks to her as well. If Iceheart is blessed with the power of the Echo, she will doubtless have used it to further her goals. Or could it be that it was a revelation granted her by the Echo which first set her on this path? She did say that the Ishgardians were blind to the truth. Do you think she has knowledge of the origins of the Ishgardian-Dravanian War? It would do much to explain her unwavering conviction.
Did not the Lady Iceheart implore thee to seek the Keeper of the Lake? And did she not imply that in so doing thou wouldst come to see with eyes unclouded?
Midgard-Zoma was a king amongst kings who reigned for centuries on end. But he is dead and his wisdom lost to the ages. Unless the Ishgardians' fears are well-founded. It would seem we have yet another reason to stand watch over the Keeper of the Lake. For our mercy, we are well positioned to do so. Iceheart, Shiva, Ascians, and Midgard-Zoma. I shudder to think how they're all connected.
I don't remember when we actually do go to them. I mean to scour the annals for knowledge of Midgard-Zoma. Given his great age, I dare say he appears in more than a few. You hear that? The commotion outside. Is she faults amiss? "'Tis well that you are on hand. We have a problem. Roel has escaped. It happened shortly after the immortal flames took her into custody. She's been placed in a dungeon cell ahead of her coming trial. But apparently, the accommodation was not to her liking. The turnkey was found slain along with 2 guards. It is plain she received inside help. Citizens report seeing Roel quitting the city via the gate of Nald, with a bloodied spear in hand. She makes for Castra Meridianum. I'm certain of it. With her fate in Eorzea as good as sealed, what recourse has she but to flee to her imperial masters? Even as we speak, Captain Ilbert and the First are hot on Roel's heels. Pray make haste to Camp Bluefog and join the hunt." Now I am going to quickly check whereabouts I actually am. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 5 from Keep the Lake. 1, 2, 3, 4. 9 from the end of patch 2.5. Well, thanks for coming, Scion. I've spoken with the soldiers here. They say that Roel walked through camp not a bell ago. Aye, she walked right through. Did not miss here. We have Raobone's decision to keep the matter secret to thank for that. Bad for morale, he said. As a result, not a single flame in the garrison made any attempt to detain her. And so, here we are. Roel must not be allowed to reach Castra Meridianum. Yeah. Yeah, I'd have thought the W-O-N-T would be pronounced like W-A-N-T, but apparently it's not. Apparently it's one. Right, before we do that, there's not much point in eating any of those. We'll save them to get the big EXP later. God knows. Yeah, I've like literally just done this voice and I already can't. I don't remember how to form the words anymore. Ah, that's right. You form it that way. This wretch was with Royal. He threw himself at us that his mistress might escape. She didn't blink when we cut him down, not even when he started screaming. No loyalty even to her own, a goddamn harpy. With me, Scion, we almost have her. Primary target, healers. As has ever been the way. I'm in death claws. Get out of it. I love how like, you can't stand against the Empire, but like, we have done many times. We've succeeded many times. Right, that's a bunch of people gonna die now. Oh, maybe not. Actually, can I leg sweep this thing? I can. How many things are they sending in? Jesus. Gotta sidestep everything. Right, they'll have them sword, we'll just deal with the rest of these. There we go, sword. I don't think we need to do those. Binder, do it tight. Yes, sir! Good work, men. She and her imperial cronies pushed us close, but we were better. Behold, a respected officer of the Immortal Flames. People looked up to you as one of the Order's founding members, one of its pillars. It saddens me to see you fallen so low. Wait a second, that was Alfie now, not Ilberd. Ah! What would you know about Lo, you spoiled little lordling who has never known any want? People such as you take wealth and birth for granted. You think it your God's given right to rule over others. You know naught of our plight, the injustice that we low-bornish guardians must endure. To the noble lords and ladies, we are not people, but resources to be consumed. I did what I had to survive, stealing, killing. Oh, that's sad. Don't even want to read that bit. It's no fault of mine if fools imagined me a paragon when I joined the Flames. To hear you tell it, one would think you the only person ever to have suffered. In case you've forgotten, Raban himself was born into poverty, as was I. We lived hand to mouth, with more than shirts on our back. Hunger was a constant companion. Yet never did we bemoan our lot in life, nor did we begrudge others their fortunes. We accepted the hand that we had been dealt, and played it to the best of our ability. Life was battle aye. No matter what fate threw at us, we took it on the chin and came back for more. Everything we have, we fought for. How are we any different then? 'Tis true that we were both mercenaries of lowly birth, and 'tis true that we both had both had our fair share of struggles. But whereas I sold my sword, you, Marshal, you sold your comrades. Life has taught me one thing, is that you should never betray your own. I'd sooner cut off my own arm than raise a hand against a friend. But enough talk. You return to Uldar to face justice, and the people whose trust you have dragged through the gutter. He has not wound to want. Not so much the hint of remorse. 'Tis well this sordid business is finally at an end. A friend's betrayal cuts deeper than steel. We must hope that we have chosen our own allies more wisely than Rauban chose his.
I have heard. Truly bothersome business. No, I do not foresee a problem on that front. The main concern is Rauban. There is no telling what the brute might do. Have the Blades watch him in the flames day and night. You may leave the Sultana to me. I shall personally attend her grace. Sever one of the East Aldenard trade routes. That ought to keep Lolorito occupied for a while.
Yeah, Lalafell look a bit weird.
For my sake, pray be a good little Sultana to the last.
Captain Ilbert and I have a few questions for the Flame Marshal regarding the circumstances of her miraculous escape. When we have completed our interrogation, we shall take our findings directly to General Raban. That shall be the end of it. Your work here is done, my friend. My thanks. Ah, but I have one last task for you. Return to the Rising Stones and apprise Minfilia of all that has happened. I am aware of the antecedent held royal in high regard. For better or worse, she will want to know how this tale ends. Snazzy new weapon. Oh, I actually forgot to upgrade those as well. What does this lance look like? I mean, it's kinda cool in a way. But like, it's not that last lance I had. Oh, this is pretty cool. That's our old one. Can I access this in here? No, I cannot. Okay. I suppose because it's still in Mordona, and that would need to be like in a city. Say Gridania or Limsa. Those would work.
Welcome back, my friend. I have already received word from Alfino. To think that Flame Marshal Huayu was the Garlean agent. I know not what to say.
I'm sorry, what? Ryu?
Together with Robon, Eileen lent us much needed aid at the time of our Order's founding. She was particularly passionate about the need to tackle the primal threat. When we discussed the subject, her eyes fairly shone with determination. Whatever else she may have been, I choose to believe that it was her true self with whom I spoke then. But now is not the time to dwell on such matters. I have an important announcement to make regarding our effort to defeat the Asians.
Nope. Did not mean to click then. Whoops.
My thanks for coming, friends.
Tell you what.
Moonbreeder, the floor is yours.
By now, I'm sure you're all familiar with white auracite, the miraculous material that'll allow us to capture Asian souls. Back at Snowcloak, we verified its ability to absorb vast amounts of ether. Alas, it leaves something to be desired in the area of stability. The stone can only store ether for a short while before expelling its contents.
In addition to auracite's inherent limitations, we must needs be wary of our enemy's strength. Our foe draweth upon an infinite wellspring of power. Even should we succeed in entrapping him, the stone will not long contain his wrath.
Meaning that, if we want to kill the swine, we'll have to be quick about it.
'Tis our belief that an Asian soul may be permanently undone, if smitten by a sufficiently concentrated burst of pure ether.
The only trouble is, we can't say for sure how concentrated the burst needs to be. Without knowing how much ether an Asian soul is composed of, we're basically guessing.
Our sole clue lieth in thy struggle with La Habrea.
During that encounter, Heidelin bid you forge what she called a Blade of Light, a weapon which took the form of a luminous stream of energy. Based on your description, we believe the blade with which you vanquished your foe was composed of ether. Admittedly, Your victory proved ephemeral, as La Habrea was able to use a crystal of darkness to flee into the space that lies between our world and the void. The fact remains, however, that Heidelin placed the means to destroy the Ascians in your hands. Be that as it may, it would be unwise to assume that she will do the same when we next encounter such a foe.
Quite so, my lady. We must needs find the means to forge our own blade of ether, one to equal that which Heidelin did benevolently bestow upon her champion.
That is all well and good, but it seems to me that producing such a blade will require a prodigious quantity of ether. Whence will it come, pray tell?
Oh, what if we had 2 pieces of white orosite? One to trap the Ascian, and the other to store the ether for the blade.
Oh, nice try. But it's as I said, the stone won't hold ether for any length of time. We'd still need to collect the stuff there and then, sorry to say.
And therein lies the rub. Finding a way to create the blade whenever and wherever we choose.
'Twould seem more research is in order.
I'm going to linger a while, perform a few more tests on the Orosite. And I could do with some help. Urianger, why don't you lend me a hand?
Mine apologies, but I am required at the Waking Sands. Lady Minfilia hath given me sole charge of the premises. 'Twould be unseemly to leave them unattended.
Sole charge, you say? So you're basically alone there, then? Well, that settles it. I'll just have to come to you.
While you were afield, word arrived from the Sharlayan motherland. You will recall that a survey party was dispatched to investigate the incident at the Isle of Val. What they discovered was troubling, to say the least. According to the report, the Isle has been erased from existence. 'Twas as if a hole had been torn in the very fabric of reality.
Aye, yet the mystery endeth not with the Isle's disappearance. It hath come to light that a number of scholars in various other locales were reported missing at a similar juncture.
What's more, they all had something in common with the head of the students of Baldessian. Every last one of them was researching a phenomenon called dimensional compression, or the rejoining as the ancient texts call it. I'll be damned if that's a coincidence.
All indications suggest Ascian involvement. But I sense that a force greater still is at work. The entity the Dark Beings call the One True God. We must pray that my dear friend Kryl regains consciousness soon. If she bore witness to the Isle of Val's final moments, she may be able to shed some light on this mystery.
Oh, the next one's going to potentially skip a line.
Following the calamity, the forces of the 14th Imperial Legion entrenched themselves in strategic locations across Eorzea. So swiftly did they accomplish this, it was suspected that they had received help. To think that it came from Huayu, my right hand.
There is more. We have reason to believe that Huayu didn't deal exclusively with the 14th. She also answered to a higher authority in Garlemald. But this higher authority could not have been the Emperor. By consenting to the Media Project, Solus Zos Galvus showed himself to be more concerned about preventing the spread of primal influence than claiming Eorzea for the Empire. He would happily have seen the lot reduced to ash. We believe a number of high-ranking figures within the royal household were against the decision. but that they knew better than to oppose the Emperor openly. Of course, this didn't prevent them from making clandestine provisions, in which Huayu played a part.
Alas, these provisions did not prevent Dalamud from falling, and the ensuing chaos changed the face of the realm forever. Yet Eorzea survived. To all intents and purposes, the Meteor Project had failed, and the Empire was left to rue its lack of a decisive means to eliminate the Primals. Until, that is, it stumbled upon the Ultima weapon.
Even before the accursed thing was dug up, it seemed to me the 14th had the might to overwhelm our weakened armies. Yet they chose to hide behind their walls. Why?
The Black Wolf was wary of making the denizens of Eorzea desperate, lest more primals emerge to bleed the land. The discovery of the Ultima weapon, however, emboldened him to resume his war of conquest in earnest.
But there was one in Garlemald who believed that Van Belsar's actions were premature. One who stood higher in the Imperial Army's chain of command. He ordered the Legatus to halt his advance, only to find that the Black Wolf had slipped its leash, and that the 14th now acted alone. In a bid to bring Van Belsar to heel, he used the agent he had planted in Ul'dah prior to the Calamity to undermine the Legion's efforts.
A man who outranks Van Belsar, yet opposed the late Emperor's decision to annihilate Eorzea. This could only be the former High Legatus of the Garlean army, now known as Emperor Varus Zosgalvus. So he was Huayu's true master.
But one of several in actual fact. We've learned that even as Huayu served the Empire's interests, she sold Imperial secrets to a certain faction in Eorzea. In so doing, she helped to maintain the status quo, thus prolonging the conflict. Considering who stands to profit from war, it isn't hard to imagine who her other masters were.
Seven hells! You mean to say that she was a double agent?
Triple, if you consider her services to Van Belsar and the new Emperor as separate.
As neatly as these pieces seem to fit, one aspect of the puzzle remains unclear to me. By whose will was the Marshal feeding intelligence to the heretics? And try as I might, I fail to see how aiding their cause would profit either her Imperial or Monetarist masters. Could it be that another hand is at work here? If so, Huayu must be made to reveal whose it is.
Not only have I lost a trusted friend, now I must interrogate her as a stranger.
Not a pleasant task, I grant you, but a necessary one. Unless we weed out the ivy, root, stalk, and stem, it will simply grow back.
I know that full well. Those closest to Huayu have already been detained, and I will question them alongside her.
General, pray keep in mind that there may be unwitting abettors among them.
All will be treated fairly. On that you have my word. Those who are innocent have no cause to fear.
You have ever been a friend of truth, General. I hope the unpleasant task of weeding out falsehood will not detain you too long. Though it be for the sake of Eorzea, doubting one's comrades is poison to the soul. And with that, I take my leave.
Aye, that it be.
All these years, I've been made to dance to their tune. How could you, Huayu? How could you side with them? Those cankers who take from this land and give naught in return, who use their power to disempower and grow fat while the people starve. I know you can hear me, Monetarist scum! Your crimes will not go unpunished! Until you have purged this land of your sickness, before the eyes of the 12, I swear it! Ah!
Rah! I'm so mad, I'm just gonna rah!
I shall have no further need of you this day. Your Grace. I fear that not even mine own chambers shall remain private for long.
Has the situation grown so grim?
Ever since he proposed the Cartiner Reclamation Bill, Teleji Adeleji has risen to greater prominence upon the backs of impoverished refugees. The monetarists were ever united in their pursuit of profit, but the man's actions have torn a rift in their ranks. They snap at each other as rabid dogs. Yet now is not the time to be bickering among ourselves.
If this bickering is a threat to law and order, might you not have grounds to dissolve the Syndicate?
Would that the solution were so simple, Admiral. Alas, my moving to dissolve the Syndicate is certain to spark outrage among the influential merchant class, whom the Cabal represents. This would serve to exacerbate the current unrest, and peace would slip still further away. Be they rich or poor, natives or refugees, all who reside in Ul'dah have a right to pursue happiness. It is the duty of a ruler to protect this right. If I am to perform my duty, I must needs tread warily. It would not do to make enemies heedlessly. Were Lord Lolorito here, he would doubtless say that I have my head in the clouds.
A ruler is required to take a wide view. Try as we might to cater to all needs, some will inevitably be overlooked. As such, there shall ever be citizens who feel aggrieved. It cannot be helped, but as you have informed us, the monetarists take no view but their own. They hunger for power while the masses starve. In the absence of a common cause, it seems beyond any one individual to make Ul'dah whole.
And the presence of a Garlean agent within the Immortal Flames only makes matters worse. Even accounting for Ul'dah's historic reliance upon mercenaries, such a grievous breach of security is unprecedented. I fear this business will provide the monetarists with a rod to beat Rauban.
Eorzea can ill afford for the Immortal Flames to be dampened now. Ere long, the Garleans will turn their ravenous gaze toward our lands once more. If we are to resist their might, our nations must stand together. Yet for this to happen, our nations must be whole. Cannot be done to improve the situation in Ul'dah.
The true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her citizens. Alas, the citizens shall never know these things, so long as their lives are ruled by the ambitions of the few. The monetarists claim to represent the best interests of the people, but in sooth they desire only to manipulate them for their own selfish ends. For the government to serve the people, it must be formed of the people. For Ul'dah to move forward, it is not only the Syndicate that must be dissolved.
Nay, you jest.
My friends, it was for no other reason than to make known to you mine intent that I requested your presence here. When I make my declaration to the people, chaos shall inevitably ensue. As the last monarch in the line of Ul, I make unto you this request. Help Rauban to preserve order and protect the people. Forsake them, and you forsake yourselves. For a strong Eorzea will ever have need of a strong Ul'dah.
Your Grace, are you certain of this?
There is no other way. When the time is ripe, the nation shall become a true republic. both royalists and monetarists shall cease to be. Uldar will no longer belong to kings or queens or merchant princes, but to her people. Roban, forgive me for casting aside all that you have toiled for in my name. Beyond this gesture, I am powerless to help my subjects.
It's a sad moment. Sorry, I just need to check up on something. Real quick. Oh. 4 quests away. I'm most eager to address the Ascian threat. However, we dare not neglect our other pressing concerns. We both know full well that Saint Shiva will not be the last primal we face, and our relationship with Ishgard is still tenuous at best. To think that the resolution of the primal threat was once the sole priority of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Some days I wonder if it was wise for us to take on so many other responsibilities. Lest you forget, antecedent, the Scions need not shoulder the burden alone. Were not the Crystal Braves established for this very reason? True, we are presented with a multitude of problems. However, we have all the resources we need to address them in turn. Samtidi, in particular, is a steadying hand, who I trust will continue to support the Braves. To what do we owe the pleasure? Have there been further developments regarding the situation in Uldar? Pardon me? As expected, the Immortal Flames have been struggling to cope with the revelation that one of their highest-ranking officers was a Gallian agent. Suffice to say, Teleji Adeleji and the monetarist ilk have wasted no time in attempting to turn the situation to their advantage. Coupled with ongoing unrest, the Flames are finding themselves hard-pressed. Plainly, General Rauban needs our help, and I will direct the Crystal Braves to offer what support they can. If I'm to stay abreast of the latest developments and issue effective orders. Tell you what, I'm just going to start that again because that makes no sense in my head, and that makes it difficult to read. Okay, it must connect onto the last thing. And I don't remember what the last thing was. So it's something if I'm able to, if I'm to stay abreast of the latest developments and issue effective orders. However, and I'm just going to start from there because otherwise I'm going to read however and get very confused. If I cannot afford to waste time travelling back and forth, and so for the foreseeable future, I think it would be best for me. It would be best if I were to remain in Uldar. Unless you have any objection? None whatsoever. We have matters here well in hand. Moonbreeder's research is proceeding as planned. So she tells me, though I am not familiar with the details. Urianger is poring over his tomes in the Waking Sands, and the others are contributing in their own ways. Alas, the key problem, how to form an ethereal blade at will, remains unsolved. Nevertheless, it's only a matter of time. While we focus on this task, perhaps you could assist Alfino and his braves with theirs. It would do much to restore the faith of the Immortal Flames, if the Warrior of Light was seen working on their behalf. Never forget that your esteemed status allows you to act in ways those more tightly bound to organizations and nations cannot. As ever, I implore you to do so. Not that your response was ever in doubt, but I humbly thank you once more for aiding our cause. Now then, there are preparations I must attend to before my departure, such as receiving Riol's latest report. He has proven to be quite skilled at gathering information others wish to be kept secret. Hence why I placed him under my direct command and ordered him to investigate the Uldan riots. When you are finished here, join me outside. Depending on what he has to say, I may soon have a favor to ask. If there are any developments on our front, I shall inform you at once, in the usual fashion. 3 crows, a raven, and a writing desk. All dropped from the same plane. At the same time. Luckily not tied together. The writing desk doesn't do too well. Pleasure as always. You'll be escorting the commander to Ulda, I take it. Actually, I had another task in mind for him. If you'd be so kind as to repeat your report for his benefit. Right then. Me and mine have been making inquiries into the source of the weapons what found their ways into refugee hands a ways back. So happens we caught wind of something promising. Rather a large purchase of sharp and pointy things by a black marketeer holed up near Highbridge. I doubt that this man would have secured such a quantity of weapons if he did not already have clients waiting. Clients that, for whatever reason, would prefer that this transaction remains silent. Brings to mind that merchant what caught an arrow while talking to Sam today, doesn't it? Generous fellow he was, doling out swords and spears to the downtrodden and disgruntled. Which isn't to say the clients have the same mischief in mind. But if you want to be sure, it might be prudent to intervene before they collect their goods, savvy? Seizing the weapons before they fall into the wrong hands would be for the best. However, if we strike at the appointed hour, we might capture the Black Marketeer as well as his client. What say you? I don't really talk much, I just nod. Then it's settled. Rendezvous with Captain Ilbert at Highbridge and intervene when the exchange takes place. Now then, if you would excuse me, I must leave for Uldar. Expect good tidings. Oh, I may not have played through this bit in quite a while, but I don't trust that Ilbert fella. While I'm running out here, I can just teleport over to Thanalan. They have the good mount. Being able to fly makes this so much easier. Ah, Sam today. My scouts have been keeping a close eye on that black marketeer. It would seem his guests have arrived. It also seems that he's had more than a few men to stand guard. Common thugs are no consequence, but nevertheless they pose a threat. Even so, I feel compelled to apologize. It's far beneath a man of your standing. Commander Olivier needn't have dispatched you hither. But powerful men have ever need of loyal, able-bodied friends. Having found one in you, it is only natural he would come to rely on you without hesitation. Now then, should make for the burning wall without delay. Secure those weapons. First unit will ensure the clients do not escape. With me, Sam today. Go on, be on your way. Let me go too. I'm pretty sure that's part of like a 2 or 3 part fair. Can I go over at the top? I can go over at the top. Nice. Very nice. Alright, we're... That's by one man. But there are sure to be others. I have a plan. While you approach the sentry, create a distraction. My men and I will slip past, catch the black marketeer unawares. Once you dispose of the thugs, wait for us outside the tunnel entrance. Any questions? Let's be off. Good luck, my friend. Good luck. Oh, there you are, hired thug. Wielding what looks like a pan from this angle. It is actually a blade. Who goes there? An adventurer? Damn fool, you should never come here. Should never come here. Never. The old bait and switch. Which tells me that we are probably going to miss the shipment. Countless vials of snurble and plurble blood. Oh, sorry, furball. Blood have been transformed into what once was a man, into a mad tangle of golden fur. Put poor Etus out of his misery. I mean, it's not related to the quest, but sure. Why not? To me, Birdo. Let us fight Etus. Oh yeah, we don't have as many skills now. Because we dropped down to level 47. Now what would be really awkward is if I die to this. Merely because it's not like a required fight. I've gone out of my way to fight something. So it'll be really embarrassing if I do die. Right, if it's absorbing damage, then you just have to do a certain amount. As I learned from My Hero Academia, damage absorption is not damage nullification, which means there is an extent to how much it can take. All one needs to do is overpower the absorption. Like a sponge, it can only hold so much water. Oh, nice. I've finished the challenge too. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Don't understand. What's this all about? Ah! What's going on down here? As you can see, this is a fine mess. I tried to restrain him. He drew a hidden blade and lashed out. Before I could disarm him, my subordinates panicked. That's the result. How foolish of me to keep on to underestimate the bleep. To bring an inexperienced recruit. Commander Levier will be most disappointed. Damn it all. Golden opportunity wasted. As for the clients, though we know not how, they slipped past our perimeter. At present, the first is currently tracking the party of dusk white sellswords. We suspect maybe them. But that we could have enlisted the aid of the immortal flames or the brass blades. Alas, we're here to aid them. We're in no position for them. They're in no position to aid us. At the very least, we have secured the weapons. Even that accomplishment is lacking. For the information we received indicated a massive shipment, but this is anything but. Kind of feels like the actual deal went out somewhere else. And this guy just got betrayed by you. You killed him for no reason. Other than to cover your own tracks. I'll join the first in the hunt for the Duskwhite sellswords. If the gods are good, we'll catch them before they escape into the Black Shroud. In the meantime, I ask you to deliver these weapons to Uldar in my stead. Entrust them to the thirds Yuyuhase. He'll take care of the rest. It just seems kinda sus that you'd get an unfamiliar voice just like, I don't understand. Like, don't sound panicked at all, just confused about the whole situation. Then we come around the corner to find Ilbud standing over a dead body. Seems a bit sus, if you ask me. I'm thinking someone found out some information they weren't supposed to, and Ilbud had to cover his tracks. Where's the closest? Sapphire Avenue looks closest. Oh, actually. Weavers must be closest. It just seems a bit suspect, you know. But Final Fantasy XIV is very good at giving little hints to things before they come about. Ah, the Warrior of Light, ever reliable friend to the Crystal Braves. You have my deepest thanks for your assistance in Kurthus. Now, what brings you towards this day? A gift of weapons from a certain black marketeer, courtesy of Captain Ilbert, you say? Understood. Once we've catalogued the contents, we'll have them delivered to the Hall of Flames. This cannot be everything, can it? We all stated with confidence that there would be a far greater quantity of weapons. A blatant falsehood. Clearly, Rial was unfamiliar in the ways of Uldan merchants, who ever strive to present themselves as greater than they are. We should be thankful that his information was not completely erroneous, that we managed to achieve anything of worth at all. It is something worth celebrating, isn't it, Lieutenant? Besides, we got more important things to worry about, like fighting those Galleons up north. There'll be no fighting anything if I have anything to say about it. Our orders are to stand watch, not seek glory in combat. If you have no further need for us, then I shall take my unit to the cerulean processing plant. Time for the fourth to earn their keep, eh? Oh, wait. Wrong voice. Time for the fourth to earn their keep, eh? Fight well, Alien, for the freedom of all. Excellent work as always, my friend. Rest assured that the Immortal Flames will hear of your contribution. Until we meet again. A word, if you please. Not here. Look for me at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. No need for whistling at this time, don't you worry. Because we had to whistle to get him to help us go get Tyan. Wait, was it Tyan? Or was it Leviathan? Might have been Tyan. Titan's close. So it's just like shrug. Twere one of them. Twere definitely one of them. Seen it with my own eyes, I did. Also, I've just realised we're just past 6, so I'll just run a quick ad break. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Back shortly. Oh, that's nice. They added me to the thing. Ah, Arrested Development, that's why I didn't know that reference. It's almost time. So it's next quest is that. 1, 2, 3 for the next trial. Further 8 for the next trial, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and we're done with Aron Reborn. Not that long left. Ooh, we've got 21 quests left. You didn't say bye earlier, I don't think. I didn't see you say bye anyways. But it's nice to have you back, Ruth. That is a really intimidating person. And they are gone. Were they really there? Or were they ever there to begin with? Oh wait, there he is. Thanks for indulging my request. Few places better than the market for privacy, I find. All the hustle and bustle of commerce means most conversations go unnoticed. Forgive me for noticing this, Riel, but there ain't no hustle and bustle going on around here. Pretty quiet, actually. Anyway, I'll get to the point. The Burning Wall, when you and the captain interrupted the exchange, what happened? Tell me everything, leave no detail out. It's not quite how they first told it. These Duskwights they were chasing. Latest word is that we lost the trail. But you never saw him yourself. Not before the fighting started? Not after? Something ain't right. Don't know what it is, but I can feel it in my bones. Not daft enough to be misled by some merchant's drunken boasts. Our information was reliable, goddammit. I know he purchased those weapons. As if I've never deciphered a moneylender's books, or to follow a transaction back to its source. Did plenty of that when the Braves were still getting started, believe me. Commander wanted assurances that we weren't taking gil from the wrong sort of benefactors. Of course, these days money flows like water. The first and third get shiniest new toys. Forgive me, friend. A lot on me mind these days, and I appreciate your lending an ear. Right then, best get back to it. Samte, can you hear me? This is Tataru. Your presence is urgently requested at the Rising Stones. Please come and see me as soon as you're able. Looks like we're off to the Rising Stones. Again. For the 12th time today. Lots of back and forth in The Realm Reborn. Lots of back and forth everywhere. It's an MMO. MMOs have a lot of back and forth. Oop. I moved me map. From the looks of things, I'm going to be level 54 before we even get to start on Heavensward. Thank you for coming so quickly. We've a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you. A most determined lady by all indications. Our guest is with the antecedent in the solar at present. Let's not keep them waiting any longer, shall we? Alright, Tataru, let's go. Ah, it's Lucia. Hello.
We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you.
That Christ is voiced.
I believe the two of you have met.
We have. I had hoped to speak with Commander Leveilleur as well, but I cannot afford to wait any longer. The Lord Commander sent me hither to request your aid in a matter of grave import.
You see now why I had Tataru summon you.
Now that we're all assembled, perhaps you would be good enough to elaborate on the nature of the matter which brought you to us.
The Observatorium's astrologians have sounded the alarm. Last night, the Dragon Star burned with an intensity not seen in 15 summers. Not since the Dravanians engaged the Empire in the Battle of Silvertear Skies.
The northern sky doth burn full bright upon the Wormlord's call. The red behemoth beckoneth, and flame consumeth all.
The old Curthan rhyme, aye. The brightening of the Dragon Star is said to accompany the roar of a great worm. The astrologians believe that it was Midgard Soma himself who cried out on this occasion.
After an absence of centuries, the King of Kings did return to lead his kind against the might of Garlemald, only to fall in his duel with the Agrius, proud flagship of the Gallian fleet. Devoid of life, his corpse remaineth entwined about the Magitech monstrosity even unto this day.
Urianger has the right of it. Whatever this alteration in the Dragon Star portends, the Great Worm has shown no sign of life. Tataru, have the Domans reported aught out of the ordinary?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if Midgard Soma had roared, wouldn't we have heard it here in Revenant's Toll?
Roar is but a figure of speech. Dravanians can communicate in ways beyond our ken. It is for this very reason that we are forced to look for signs in the heavens. We cannot say with any confidence that a great worm roared at all, much less that it was Midgard Soma. Only by directly examining the Keeper of the Lake can we be certain. However, it will take too long to gain the Holy See's approval to dispatch the Temple Knights. Therefore, Sir Emric would entrust this task to you. Do you accept?
Yeah, sure, I'll go have a look at it.
You would not disappoint us. Now,
Big
if you
dead
would
dragon.
excuse me, I must return and assist the Lord Commander.
From centuries ago.
We have precious little time to prepare.
To prepare for what, pray tell?
It's fine, I guess.
When a great worm roars, his brethren cannot choose but answer. We prepare for battle.
Ah, thanks for the host, Ruth. It is appreciated. Forgive me if I state aught which you might already know. Which you already know. But I would ensure that you understand the nature of your destination. As Urianger stated, we now call the Keeper of the Lake what we now call the Keeper of the Lake, is wreckage of the Agrius, a former flagship of the Imperial fleet, and the corpse of the worm responsible for its destruction. 15 years ago, the next step in his campaign to subjugate Eorzea, as the next step. I can read, I just skip over words. Gaius van Baelsar attempted to seize control of Mordona. So massive was his force that, although his victory was a foregone, that all thought his victory a foregone conclusion. But an unlikely ally came to Eorzea's aid that day. Midgard Soma, legendary guardian of Silvertear Falls, burst forth from beneath the waters of the lake, led a host of dragons against the Gallian ships overhead. In what would later become known as the Battle of Silvertear Skies, the Great Worm felled countless airships before engaging the Agrius. The ensuing struggle, the flagship's cerulean engines failed. In the ensuing struggle. Oh, this is bugging me so much I keep messing up. In the ensuing struggle, the flagship's cerulean engines failed. They tumbled into the lake below, yet this victory came at a great cost. For the explosion which followed claimed the life of the Great Worm as well. That selfsame explosion transformed Silvertail Falls into the desolate wasteland it is today, draining the lake of its waters and crystallizing ether from miles around. Yet a remnant of the lake remains, and at its center a constant reminder of that fateful day long ago. In accordance with Sir Aymric's wishes, our Doman allies have been standing watch over the Keeper of the Lake. It would be wise to speak with them before investigating the wreckage yourself. Be careful, my friend. We know not dangers await you within. Now then, let us not neglect our own tasks. There is much to be done and precious little time to do it. Legate. Wow, they're not kidding. I got like 39 minutes. There is precious little time to do it. Run! With any luck, we'll get straight in. If we're not lucky, we'll go to queue. It'll say that queue time's like 30 minutes. In which case, we'll need to go do something else for a bit. But I hardly know her. You're in luck, sir. I was about to send word to Revenant's Toll about the Garleans. Of late I've seen small airships, likely from Castrum Sentry, come and go from the Keeper of the Lake. I cannot say for certain at the distance. I believe they may be salvaging something from the wreckage. The Castrum's supply lines have been cut for some time, and I'd wager they're desperately in need of spare parts for other equipment. So it's true then. The Ishgardians honestly fear that the worm might rise again? Well, from here that seems rather unlikely, but if it's assurances they want, you've got no choice but to inspect the corpse in its entirety. Easier said than done, given creatures which inhabit the wreckage, and the aforementioned Garleans, who won't take kindly to your presence. They're sure to fire upon an airship, so I'd advise a more stealthy approach. Take this boat and a few of your comrades to the base of the Agrius, and climb up to the top. It's the only viable approach, I'd say. The Keeper of the Lake is now accessible, yeah! Yeah, that is a gigantic airship, and as you can see, there is a dragon coil all the way around it. Good old Midgard Soma. Right, Dungeons. The Keeper of the Lake. Oh, average wait time 9 minutes, that's fine. I can do that. Also deal with some of these free-clicking cobras while we're at it. Oh, Ruth, whilst I remember, this Sunday or Saturday after stream, whatever, we might want to start watching My Hero Academia again because we are several weeks behind. Give me a second to actually check how far behind. Are you logging in? No, I've got to log in again. Okay. With that one? It was that one, perfect. Right, where are we? We are episode 102. Oh wait, no, 105, sorry. Info. Yeah, we're missing 7 episodes so far, so that's like 2 of our usual watching sessions plus 1. Oh, we've got a couple of origin stories coming up. It looks like. Both Tenko Shimura and is it Tomura Shigaraki? Same character, different points in life. A much better view of the 2 from over here. Ba 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 ba. Where be? Ah, there he be. Not call. Message, that's the one that I'm looking for. Look at that, stupid magical barriers. It's nice how they give you like an actual sort of barrier to the world as opposed to, say, World of Warcraft where it's like you can't go any further, just fly into an invisible wall. It at least gives you a wall. The clip is it. It's amazing that a piece of metal is able to float, because there is no way that's touching the bottom. Yeah, it's like some weird hive shield. I say hive because it looks like a bit like how beehives are constructed. Hexagons? I would say hexagons. Or more than pentagons. The fact that I'm at 6 minutes and average wait time is at 5 minutes is a little bit concerning. Oh, that's the one that I'm actually using at the moment, Libera. Nice. Should probably actually press that. I do kind of want Leviathans back. Leviathan Stabby Jabby could be cool. Yeah, my friend asked me if I was near a market board, so I was like, I told him no, because like, I was literally just by the Keeper of the Lake. They sent me a print screen back just going, funny you should say that, because I think he is probably about like here, on like a different server, just flying with a bunch of friends. Right, assigned venture. Can we go to the next one up? Yep, that does not have a limit on it. Nice. Sorry, that mount is so stupid. It's basically a gigantic tortoise that brings its legs like into the shell, and then it just like spins around really fast somehow. And that's how it flies. You know, I was never expecting Keeper of the Lake to take this long to queue for. Yeah, I never actually noticed that before. Just a gigantic bubble of ether. I'm pretty sure that is literally just a gigantic clump of corrupted fire-aspected ether. I'm gonna see if I can help out with this. Look how much of it there is. Not gonna lie, I thought this might be where the Coils of Bahamut was, but it might not be. 'Cause I'm pretty sure you start the Coils of Bahamut like over here. Agmara, so I think it'd be like over here sort of thing. The new coils. Although maybe that's just the first coil there, because I am pretty sure you commence like another one from over here. So it's entirely possible that this is just where another part is. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I got to take a better look at the map. Yeah, this is a dungeon where I joined on like another character. Or on the VR at the time, they're the bunny people. And I'm pretty sure the tank was just like, oh my god, you could all crush, crush my head between your legs. It's like, oh, okay. Let's wait for it and kaboom! Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was one of the gigantic splats that Bahamut did. I'm not entirely sure where Cartano is, but I imagine it's pretty close to Uldar. Do as much stabby jabbing as I can. If I can make them share a stabby jabby, that's even better. This one is a weird boss because you got to keep knocking stuff out of the arena. Like, once it's out of the way, you're fine. You just need to make sure it's not in your immediate area. Because they go boom. Alright, that got knocked out, that's fine. Didn't even notice that one. Till it were too late. That one's going to go boom, which is going to make all the other ones go boom. Make the healer's job a little bit nicer by healing myself through combat. No worries, Ruth, I shall see you later. Thanks for stopping by. Pass on those. Give him the old stabby jabby, as per. Deal with that quickly, then we can jump back over here. No point leaving something in a position where it can attack us, but we can't attack it. Ouch. Especially when it hits like that. Jeez. Can I leg sweep it? Nope. Well, next one's got one as well. Gotta keep on your toes, apparently. Maybe he's coming from all over. All over its shop. Technically speaking, you don't need to fight these ones. The Colossus. It's just easier to fight them. Oh, maybe you do for the ID key. The barrier is no more. No more, I say! This one was just Bernie from what I remember. Jumped to the wrong time. Oh god. Ow, 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 ow. That was a bad time for a wrong target jump. Oh god, oh god, oh god. That right there is why you should always pay attention to what a boss is doing. Because that were painful, that were. Can I at least do shooters now? No, I can't do anything from over here. Right, that's gonna charge at someone again. Charging at who? Casting we can pass on, healing we can pass on. Well, we could pass on it if I clicked it in time. There we go. Hiya! Get me damage buff up. Buff up. This next boss fight is kind of rough. Just 'cause if we don't do one of the mechanics right, we will probably wipe. So when it comes to that mechanic, we need to be on top form. There you are, Midgard Stormer himself.
Who treadeth now upon my bones, and waketh me from slumber sweet? Thou hast forgotten the face of thy Lord. Remember, mortal, and fear me.
Just like Lakshmi. Yeah, it's a fight where we need to be like on the ball. Because it is rough as butts. Get him targeted, there we go. Nope, nope. Come on, tanky man, stand inside the safety bubble. Oh god, third one. Oh sugar. Jesus. Oh crap, wrong button. Oh god. Oh, that has me a bit worried. Give that to you. How does that look? Yeah, pass. I'm sad that Midgard Salma doesn't seem to talk like other dragons.
By her gifts hast thou earned a moment's reprieve. Speak, mortal, and I shall listen. Guided by a star. My people have heard the song. Ishgard shall burn. Sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. We do not forget. We do not forgive. 7 children did I sire. One now singeth of retribution. I rise to join in the chorus. Thou art powerless to silence us, mortal. Yet thou shalt not live to labor in vain. Thy reprieve is at an end. trickery is thy shield. This frail, ignoble creature is not gifted, but chosen. Hearken to me, Hydaelyn. I remember, and I consent. Fear not, mortal. I shall not harm thee.
I won't harm you. Stab. You can't be hurt if you're dead. And thus we lose our blessing.
Mayhap thou thinkest me an oath breaker. Thou art mistaken. If thou comest to harm, it shall be by another's hand, not mine. I did but strip thee of thy mistress's feeble blessing. Thou didst profit much by her grace, but no more. Their covenant binds me to thee. I shall watch, listen, and wait. Fight and struggle, if it be thy will. Man hath ever coveted that which lieth beyond his grasp.
Like gasp.
I drink of her body, and thence doth mine own find new life. When it hath grown whole, the loyal and penitent shall rejoice. The dragon song heraldeth our beginning and an end.
So we now got a Midgard summer pet, which should we want to, we can summon it, it'll fly around after us. I was beginning to fear the worst. Were those explosions I saw? Ah, but you shouldn't waste time talking with me. Alphino left a message stating that you were to return to the Rising Stones at once. And what we will do is we'll fly back to the Rising Stones, and we shall come back to this tomorrow. Because, for one, I really need the toilet. So I don't want to be going through a potentially really long cutscene. Well, that is if there is a cutscene right now. I'm assuming there is. But yeah, I don't want to risk going through like a really long cutscene when I really badly need the toilet. So yeah, I will see which of the folks are alive. Oh, I got my days mixed up. It's the World War Z Aftermath thing today. Yep, I shall send you all over to Sam, who is a pretty decent dude. But yeah, they're playing World War Z Aftermath, which I have no idea what that is, so I'm hoping it's pretty decent to watch. Thank you again for stopping by, thank you for lurking, thank you for watching, thank you for chatting, and all in all, thank you for being here. Catch you later. Bye now.